Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, we'll start our SAP calendar for July 3rd. Who do we have first?
Your Honor, I'm in courtroom 2. I'm by myself. There's nobody here.
Oh, okay.
And ACDC is not online either.
Are they having any issues downtown, Deputy Falk?
Not that I know of, Your Honor.
Because I thought, gee, where is everybody?
Yeah, the even the Zoom link in courtroom 2 is not even on yet. So
They may be having, let me give a call and see. They're having any internet issues.
well, there are no inmates either. So
Well, it could be. That could very well be the
and Ms. Falk, I apologize. I sent you another email this morning.
I just sent it back.
Thank you.
Oh, PD Haddad, do you mind sticking around after court? I wanted to speak with Judge Mincy about SEA, the new schedule starting next week.
Absolutely.
And okay, thank you.
they're going to check and see what's going on, I guess.
They're logging on now, Judge.
Position 28, good morning, I'm sorry, we apologize for the inconvenience. Appreciate it.
All right, this is our SAP calendar, a state all-purpose calendar for Thursday, July 3rd. The first case we are addressing today, Demetrius Kendricks, case number 25 CR 003438G, one count of criminal trespass. And is this a negotiated plea?
It is, Judge.
All right, state.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's recommendation is count one, criminal trespass, 12 months probation, serve 30 days, 15 days credit for time served, balance suspended, a stay away from 2500 Carter Street, which is Woodland Heights Apartments. We ask that the defendant stipulate to venue, ID, and facts of the case for purposes of the plea.
We so stipulate, Judge, and would ask the court to follow the negotiated plea.
All right, and so, Mr. Kendricks, I understand that you wish to plead guilty today, is that correct?
Yes.
To the one count of criminal trespass?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you a series of questions to make sure that you understand the plea that you're taking today and what the conditions are, okay?
Okay.
All right, first question is, are you under the influence of any medication, unprescribed drugs, or alcohol at this time that would impair your understanding of this plea?
No.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
You're giving up or waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes.
And are you prepared and agree to waive these rights today?
Yes.
Has anyone told you that you would receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No.
And do you understand that if you are currently on probation, your probation may be revoked or affected by this plea today?
Yes.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charge against you?
Yes.
So as to the charge of criminal trespass, how do you plead?
Guilty.
All right, I will accept your plea, and you understand the conditions to stay away from the Woodland Heights Apartments.
Yes.
All right, and I think they said that it's 2500 Carter Street. And so you will be on the 12 months probation. Is that correct, counsel?
No, Judge, it's a suspended sentence, Judge.
Oh, I see, suspended. Sorry about that.
That's
All right. All right, so just stay away from those apartments and you won't be back down to Fulton County Jail, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. That will conclude this matter.
Excuse me, sir. Position 32 and 33, Mason.
Okay.
It's Ms. McLeod, I think. All right, I believe that's Ms. McLeod's case is.
Good morning.
Good morning, Attorney McLeod. How are you?
I am very well. Thank you for asking. I haven't had the opportunity to speak with him yet. So if they would call me from the jail.
Yes, ma'am. Let's do position number 45, Mr. Weller.
That's a negotiated plea as well, Judge.
Okay.
It's been a slight change in the state's recommendation.
All right. This is 25 CR 003448D Felix Weller, charged with 2 counts of simple battery, family violence, and 1 count of battery. State?
Yes, Your Honor. For count one, it'll merge with count two. Count two, battery, family violence. The state's recommendation is 12 months, serve 40 days, credit for time served 13 days. The balance will be probated, completion of a FVIP course, no further violent contact with Dashana Taylor, completion of 40 hours of community service, a stay away from 1311 Camelot Drive. It's Camelot Condominiums. and no firearms. For count 3, it'll be 12 months probation concurrent with count 2 and no further contact with Major Weller. And Your Honor, we would ask that the defendant stipulate to venue, ID, and facts of the case for purposes of the plea. That'll be all for the state.
And we do stipulate, Ms. Harrison, I apologize, the victim in count 3 is his child, which is, the mom is the victim in count 2, so I'm asking no further violent contact.
Yes, sure. Mr. Haddad, we agree to no further violent contact.
Thank you. And
So
we're ready-
this, Major Weller, that's the mother or the child?
That's the child, Your Honor.
Judge, my client, Mr. Weller and Ms. Taylor have a child together. And, Mr. Weller is my client's child with Ms. Taylor.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe you need to swear my client, before we proceed with question 8.
I got a packet of jail and they charge.
All right. And so, Mr. Weller, I understand that you wish to plead guilty today?
For the time, yeah, I take the plea.
Okay. And so, raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you a series of questions to make sure you understand the plea that you're taking today. The first question I have is that are you under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time that would impair your understanding of the plea today?
No. Okay.
All right. Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving your rights to the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
And that you're, excuse me, and that you're also giving up or waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes.
And are you prepared and agree to waive these rights today?
Yes.
Has anyone told you that you would receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No.
And do you understand that if you're on probation, your probation could be affected or revoked because of this guilty plea today?
Yes.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And as to the charge of battery and simple battery, which merge in a second count of simple battery, how do you plead?
Yes.
All right. And you understand the conditions of your plea arrangement, correct?
Yes.
All right. No further violent contact.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. That will conclude. I'll accept the plea.
Thank you, Judge.
We can do position number 1, Mr. Bostic.
Okay.
Negotiated plea, Your Honor.
All right. This is 25 CR 003434C, Larry Bostic, charged at 1 count of criminal trespass. State.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's recommendation on this case is 12 months served, 30 days, credit for time served 15 days from June 19th, 2025 until today. Balance probated, stay away from the CBS located at 3221 Peachtree Road in Atlanta. 40 hours of community service, and we do agree with the defendant going non-reporting after he has completed the community service condition. We do ask that the defense stipulate to venue, factual basis, and identification for the purposes of the plea. That's all for the state.
So stipulated, Judge. We just ask you to accept the plea as negotiated and allow his probation to go non-reporting.
All right. That'll be fine. All right. And so, Mr. Bostic, I understand that you wish to plead guilty this morning. Is that correct?
No. You want to plead guilty?
I
Your Honor.
understand that you wish to plead guilty. Can you hear me?
You wish to plead guilty? You want to plead guilty today and resolve the case? You're getting time served?
Yes, yes.
Okay, you need to answer the.
Yes, I do.
All right. I need to ask you a series of questions, sir, to make sure you understand the plea that you're taking today. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, put your hand down for me. Are you presently under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time that would impair your understanding?
No, I'm not.
All right. Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
No, I'm not.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Just asking if you're happy with your lawyer, with the plea. Are you happy with your lawyer, with the plea that you got? That's what she's asking.
Oh, yes, I am. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving your right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, I understand, yes.
All right. Are you giving up the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, I understand.
Okay. And you understand as in that you're agreeing to waive these rights today. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone promised anything to plead guilty?
No, they haven't.
Okay. Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, they haven't.
All right. And you understand that if you're on probation, that could be affected by your guilty plea today.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Okay. And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of this charge against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you understand the conditions of the plea. What you have to do, you have to stay away from that CVS on Peachtree Road. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Okay. You've got to stay away from there, and you have 40 hours of community service, I believe.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I will accept the guilty plea.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Position number 29, Mr. Kicklighter.
I'm sorry, just for confirmation, this does go non-reporting, Judge, correct?
I see non-reporting after completion of his community service. Yes.
That
Okay,
is correct.
thank you.
And this is position 2.
29,
Oh, I'm sorry. This is 16 CR 008248C Stephen Young. Is that correct?
No, Judge, this is position 29.
Oh, I'm
29.
sorry. I thought she said 49. 29. $25 CR 003417E Frederick Kicklighter, maybe.
That is correct, Judge.
All right. 1 count of giving false information to law enforcement.
Yes, Judge.
All right, state.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's recommendation is time served. 32 days credit for time served is 16 days. The defendant has been incarcerated since June 18th. And we ask that the defendant stipulate to venue, ID, and facts of the case for purposes of the plea. That'll be all for the state, Your Honor.
We stipulate, Judge. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Kicklighter, you would like to plead guilty today. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's a time served plea, correct?
It is, Judge.
All right. Just ask you a few questions and make sure you understand the plea that you're entering into today. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Are you presently under the influence of any unprescribed medication, alcohol, drugs at this time that would impair your understanding?
No,
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
I am.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
I understand.
and that you're giving up the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer.
I understand.
All right. And so, has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No,
Has anyone told you that you receive a lesser sentence or pleading guilty?
no,
Okay. And that you understand that if you're currently on probation, that could be affected by your plea?
I understand.
All right. And you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charge against you.
I do.
All right. I will accept your plea.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Position number 34,
Okay.
Oh, I need to speak down.
you need to speak up.
Yeah, sorry about this.
We can go to position number 44, Welch.
Okay. This is 25 CR 00342 Nicholas Welch, charged with 1 count of battery and a 2nd count of simple battery. Date. You're on
I'm
mute.
sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. We didn't have an announcement for this one. Is this Ms. McLeod's case?
Yes, I thought there was an announcement. There was
Is it a negotiated plea?
it's not going to be a negotiated plea, but there was an offer here. That I'm seeing. I discussed with my client and he's not interested in it, but it is here.
Yes, Ms. McLeod, I think what ASG Harrison is trying to say is that she understands she submitted an offer. We just didn't know whether you were taking the offer as a negotiated plea, a non-negotiated plea, how you were planning to proceed with this case.
Oh, yes,
You did
Mr.
not have
Welch
the
is a
defense
negotiated plea. Okay, Mr. Welch is a negotiated plea, yes.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, the state's recommendation for count 1 battery is 12 months served, 32 days, credit for time served, 14 days, balance suspended, no further violent contact with Rodney Giddens. Count 2 simple battery will merge with count 1. We ask that the defendant stipulate to venue, ID, and facts of the case for purposes of the plea. And that'll be all for this.
Stipulate.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Welch, I understand that you wish to plead guilty. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to ask you a series of questions to make sure that you understand the plea that you're taking today, okay? And that you understand the conditions. All right, are you presently under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time that would impair your understanding?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up or waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up or waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are prepared and agree to waive these rights today?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone told you that you'd receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, it could be affected or revoked because of the guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will accept your guilty plea. And you understand the conditions, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so balance suspended, no further contact with Rodney Giddens.
Yes, Your Honor, that is our understanding of the plea.
Okay. All right, I will accept that plea. Thank you.
Your Honor, I also have Mr. Porter,
He's on his way up, 36 and 37.
and
Okay.
I have as well Mr. Mason. And Mr. Mason is going to be a plea.
Okay. So 36 is Timothy Porter. 25 CR 003238A, and 37 is 25 CR 003242A. We'll start with position 36, one count of criminal trespass and damage to property. State?
Yes, Your Honor. Count one, criminal trespass and damage to property. State's recommendation is 12 months, served 44 days, credit for time served 22 days. The balance will be probated. No further contact with Cedric Holmes. Stay away from 1053 Cascade Road. Completion of an alcohol awareness course, 20 hours of community service, and $800 restitution to Mr. Cedric Holmes. For position 37, the state's recommendation is in count one, simple battery, 12 months, served 44 days, credit for time served 22 days, 40 hours of balance probated, 40 hours of community service, no further contact with Danny Porter, stay away from 1751 Cascade Terrace Southwest, and no firearms. The defendant also has another case. The case number is 24CR000297A. It's a criminal trespass case. The state will null pros that case upon the plea to the other two positions, Your Honor. We ask that the defendant stipulate to venue, facts, and ID for purposes of the plea. And we'd also like to sound for the victim, Your Honor, Mr.
Your
Danny
Honor, this is
Porter.
not going to be a plea. Mr. Porter is not going to accept the state's plea offer.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I misunderstood. I
Yes.
thought this was a plea.
No, my other case, Mr. Mason, is a plea. But this
Oh,
is
I
not.
thought Porter was the plea.
No,
No?
Your Honor. Mr. Porter is
Okay.
not going to plea.
All right. Does he need to be arraigned?
I filed an arraignment for him, Your Honor. He just needs to be put on the next available trial calendar for court.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ms. McLeod.
You're welcome, but Mr. Mason will be a plea.
Okay.
32 and 33, Mason.
All right. This is 23 CR 007020A, Octavius Mason, and then the 25 FTA 001238. Go ahead,
Yes, Your
Steph.
Yes, Your Honor. For position 32, simple battery, state's recommendation is 12 months, served 30 days, credit for time served 15 days, balance suspended, no further contact with Muhammad Guy. And for position 33, the state will null pros the failure to appear upon the plea of the underlying charge. We ask that the defendant stipulates a venue, ID, and facts of the case for purposes of the plea. And that'll be all for the
So
state.
stipulate.
All right. And so, Mr. Mason,
Yes, ma'am.
I understand you wish to plead guilty today to one count of simple battery. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I have a few questions I need to ask you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
First, are you under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol that would impair or hinder your understanding today?
No, ma'am.
All right. And are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty today, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up or waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And you agree to waive these rights today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone told you you receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
All right. And has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
And you understand that if you're on probation, your probation could be affected or revoked due to this guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with a full understanding of the charge against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will accept your guilty plea. You have no further contact with Mohammed Giaye, I believe is the last name. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Number
Your
30,
Honor, I do have another client, but I understand that he's not available due to some MH issues. It's Mr.
Okay.
Peters in position 35. I have not been able to speak with him.
Okay.
But that would be all my cases, Your Honor, and I do have an appearance before Judge Roth. So I am asking the court's permission to log off and take care of that, and then I will come back to see if Mr. Peters is available.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Uh-huh.
number 34,
Okay, Mr. Perez, 25 CR 0000245F, Santos Perez, charged with request for ambulance service when not reasonably needed. Is that the charge?
Yes, Judge.
I'm sorry, before we proceed, it looks like on our end, Mr. Perez has two cases, but both cases are not on the calendar. Are we handling both cases today?
We are, it's in the notes, Judge. The other case is listed as well in the solicitor's recommendation. So we're trying to resolve both cases, Judge. This would be a negotiated plea, except, Judge, I'm asking if we can change the fine to community service or suspend the fine.
Okay. ASG Harrison?
Yes, Your Honor.
There was a question. They want to convert the fine, is it $300 fine to community service or suspend? What does the state say about that?
The state will leave it in the judge's discretion. I believe that one. I'll just check to make sure, but I believe that might have been a statutory requirement.
Yes, Judge, I do believe the
It
court has
is.
discretion.
Yeah, so we'll have to leave it to the court's discretion, Your Honor, but we do have to recommend it.
All right, I will convert it to 30 hours of community service.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, you ready to take your plea, Mr. Perez?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you a series of questions to make sure that your plea is free and voluntary and that you understand what you're doing this morning. The first question is, are you under the influence of any unprescribed medication, alcohol, or drugs at this time that would impair your understanding?
No.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
Do you understand that you're giving up or waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes.
And do you understand that you're giving up or waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes.
And you agree to waive these rights today, is that correct?
Yes.
Has anyone told you that you'll receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No.
And you do understand that if you're on probation, it could be affected or revoked by this plea today?
Yes.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes.
All right. And you understand your conditions as well, correct? All right. I will accept your guilty plea.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if I may briefly, we didn't actually read his recommendation out. I'd just like to
Oh,
read
I'm
it out for
sorry.
the
Go
record.
ahead.
Yes, count one will be 12 months probation, serve 22 days, credit for time served 11 days. The balance will be suspended. This is a global recommendation with an add-on case number 23CR 003236F. The charges are pedestrian in a roadway, pedestrian under the influence and obstruction. Count 1, there will be 12 months probation concurrent with case number 25 CR 00245F. Completion of an ADET. Count 2 will merge with count 1. Count 3 will be 12 months probation concurrent with count 1. Completion of 40 hours community service. And Your Honor, you waive the fine. And we just ask that the defendant stipulate to venue, ID, and facts of the case for purposes of the plea.
And we stipulate, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, before we start with ACDC, if I can have them call courtroom 2, I just need to speak very briefly with all 3 defendants, Judge.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and give you a call now. Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
Number 12.
Good morning, judges. This is Mr. Cowart. We're asking for a bond hearing.
All right. And Mr. Coward, this is case number 23 CR 006545J. Being charged of 1 count of theft by conversion. And state.
Yes, Your Honor, if I may just have a moment.
Okay.
Doing a little bit of multitasking on my end.
I
Let's
understand.
see.
We all are.
And can pretrial services read out his history for the judge?
Just a second. I'm trying to find Coward.
Okay.
Brenton Coward. Oops. I lost it. Give me a second.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's Your Honor, this is an FTA on this case. He currently has a $7,000 surety bond on the FTA. Previous to that, he was given a 3,500 signature bond by Judge Lull on October 21st of 2023. In this case, Your Honor, it's alleged that on October, and this was a private warrant taken out, it was alleged on March 9th of 2023, the defendant rented a vehicle and failed to return the vehicle. And as of March 13th of 2023, had still not returned the vehicle. This was to the company Sixt Rental Cars. And so that is the basis of the theft by conversion. As far as his history, the defendant, if I may, I know pretrial is still looking for it, but I have his history if Your Honor would like me to read it out.
Okay, that'll be fine.
The defendant has 24 cycles, including this case. He has an FTA. His most recent is an August 2023 FTA from Douglas County. Prior to that, he was arrested in Banks County for DUI, possession of methamphetamine with intent to distribute, giving false name, and that has no disposition at this time. We also have a arrest for possession of methamphetamine with intent to distribute in 2022. August of 2021. That also has no disposition. That was out of Athens, Clark County. We have a probation violation in 2021 where he was revoked to the Madison County Jail for 12 months. Then we have a probation violation from 2020 out of Madison County, a DUI from 2017 out of Madison County, which he received 12 months and a $600 fine. That was also included with a possession of methamphetamine where he received 3 years probation. and a probation violation in 2016 in Madison County. That case, his balance was revoked to state prison and he was required to attend RSAT. That was based on a 2017 conviction for possession of methamphetamine and possession of drug-related objects. So those are his cases in the last 10 years. He also has an FTA from 2015 as well out of Madison County. So, Your Honor, the state would ask that the bond remain as set. The defendant has, as you heard, at least 2 FTAs, multiple probation violations that resulted in prison or jail time, as well as a number of drug charges. We believe he is likely to not appear for court should he be called, especially considering this would be his 3rd FTA since he failed to appear on this case. And we have concerns about his risk of reoffense. That's all for the state.
All right. Attorney White?
Your Honor, this FTA and at least one of the others are due to incarceration. He was actually in Gwinnett County, and I can forward that to the state, for about 8 months, and then released directly to RSAT, and then transferred after completion of that to here. So he's been incarcerated continually for about a year now, and additionally, he has completed a residential substance abuse treatment program, which is the basis of 99% of his problems. So we believe he was incarcerated either at RSAT or Gwinnett County at the time he missed this. Additionally, the case is a theft by conversion, which was an argument with a rental company. We think this is more appropriate in civil court. They are welcome to sue him. I believe they eventually did get the rental car back. So we're asking that he be able to sign his own bond at this point. So we do have proof of incarceration in Gwinnett County. I can get those dates at some point, but then he informs me that they transferred him to the RSAT, which you heard the state say that he was ordered to do, and then transferred directly from there to Fulton County Jail. So he hasn't been out of jail for over a year at this point.
And Your Honor, normally we just receive the dates of incarceration and we are able to consent once we have proof of the dates of incarceration. So if Your Honor would like to move on from this case, giving PD White a chance to send me Your Honor, the dates of incarceration, I think that could be resolved.
Okay.
And Judge, we are having trouble confirming the RSAT. I believe what he tells me, he has been in jail. When we do have the Gwinnett County portion of that, we do have that proof. But the Coastal State Prison Gateway services thing, we're not able to contact people that can confirm that at this point. I've had an investigator looking at it he's been reset a couple times to try to find this information. I did leave a message with his sister as well yesterday. She can confirm that, but I have not been able, haven't heard back. But given the age of the case, the length of time that he's already been in jail at this point, the fact that he is now clean and sober and has been for some time, we don't foresee an issue of him missing court again. We'd ask that you give him the signature bond. And we will continue to follow up.
State, I do understand normally we have those certifications or we know those dates of incarceration.
And Your Honor, I would say not normally, always. That's something that our office has long.
There's nothing.
If I may finish, that is something that our office has always requested of the PD or any other or any defense attorney if they are arguing that the defendant was in continuous incarceration.
And Judge, I understand the state's position, and obviously we're trying to get that information, but the totality of the circumstances, we don't feel he should be held, even if he wasn't if we can't come up with that actual documentation, we're certain that he has been incarcerated for this amount of time. And given the charge, the age of the charge, the amount of time that he's been in jail, the state has offered him a time served offer as well if he were to say guilty today with some probation. But with all of those considerations, we just ask him to give him a signature bond and give him one more chance to come to court.
I'm not inclined to give him another signature bond today. If pretrial can assist in getting that information, or you can get it before the end of the calendar.
Okay, Judge, we will, I don't know if pretrial can confirm that or not. If they can, that would be amazing. We'd ask to reset him to next Tuesday, and we will continue to work on it. We don't want to keep him here any longer than we have to, so.
I understand. We just need to have the documentation. Pretrial, have you found his history yet at all?
Yes, Judge, I did. Y'all wanted to see if he's been in custody. I see where he's been incarcerated, but on his GCIC, it won't say whether or not he's in custody. I will have to research it just like Mr. White is doing, and I won't be able to tell directly whether or not he's been in custody, but I can see where just before the FTAs, he has been arrested. Like just before the FTA, he was incarcerated in Banks 6/8/23, and then the FTA will be 8/9/23. So it could be lead to reason that he could have been in custody, but just before the FTA.
Mm-hmm.
Makes
The
sense.
FTA was issued in January of 2024.
No, I'm talking the other FTAs you mentioned, Ms. Fogg.
Understood.
So, that are on his GCIC. So just before the GCIC, she mentioned on his GCIC, he was incarcerated before those FTAs popped up. And where he's saying he's been in continuous custody, I see where he was arrested in Athens. Not Athens. The most recent was in Banks from 6/8/2023 for a misdemeanor. And generally, if he's been in custody, it will say he got some time on something, but it doesn't show where he was sentenced. And that generally is where I would infer that he was in custody, but I don't see anything where he was sentenced on anything to say he was in custody.
All right, state.
Same announcement as before. I think Mr. PD White is absolutely accurate in the assessment that we may need to continue this until Tuesday to give them further opportunity to research the issue and come up with proof of incarceration.
Okay. All right, we'll reset it to Tuesday for you all to come up with the documentation, Mr. White.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Petition 49 and 50, Young.
On position 49, the first charge that is listed is going to be null pros, I believe.
Yes, that's correct.
Trying to avoid, stating it in the open.
All right, this is Stephen Young, 16 CR 008248C, and 25 CR 003441C. That is first case. I will not read that charge aloud. Second is, I'll just say SS. Second charge is criminal trespass. Third charge is criminal trespass, or the charge on the second case is criminal trespass.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's recommendation for criminal trespass count 2 is 12 months probation, served 44 days, credit for time served 22 days, balance suspended, a stay away from Grady Memorial Hospital unless it's a medical emergency, And for position 50, criminal trespass, the state's recommendation is 12 months probation, served 30 days, credit for time served 15 days, balance suspended, and stay away from Kroger at 3030 Headland Drive. And the state will, of course, null process count one, and position 49. We ask that the defendant stipulate to venue ID and facts of the case for purposes of the plea, and that'll be all for the state, Your Honor.
All right,
We stipulate, Judge, ask the court to follow the state's recommendation.
all right. And so, Mr. Young,
Yeah.
I understand that you wish to plead guilty today.
Dismal.
All right. And I think you're getting a time served on the first SS charge, and then the 2 criminal trespass. You have some conditions on those 2 charges. Is that correct?
Your Honor, just for clarification, on the first case, the SS charge is actually being null-prossed, and the balance is suspended on criminal trespass with special condition of stay away from both locations.
You did say that. I'm sorry. The first one, no pros. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. And Mr. Young, I'm going to ask you a series of questions to make sure your plea is free and voluntarily and that you understand what you're doing today. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. The first thing I need to ask you, are you under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time that would impair your understanding?
No.
All right. Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
And that you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes.
And that you're waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes.
And you also are prepared and agree to waive these rights today. Is that correct?
I am.
Has anyone told you that you'll receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
Okay. Has anybody told you anything other than the offer? You need to answer yes or no. If it's a no.
No.
All right. And has anyone told you that you'll receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No. I don't know.
No.
And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, it could be revoked or affected by this guilty plea?
Yes.
And do you, again, offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes.
All right. And so I will accept your guilty plea to 2 counts of criminal trespass. Stay away from Grady unless it's an emergency, and stay away from Kroger.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you.
ACDC, you can go ahead.
My apologies. I missed the charge. I'm assuming that was supposed to be this null pros for Mr. Young.
That's the first charge, the SS. I'm just not reading it out loud.
So it was already null pros, or it is being null pros?
I'm
It
not
will
sure.
be null prossed.
Will be. Make sure you send over that no pros quickly.
Yes,
Ms.
Your
Strong.
And Your Honor, as far as the folks in the ACDC, I'm ready to negotiate a plea on all 3 of them.
All right.
Good morning, Judge Missy. I have position number 9, Ms. Collins.
Okay. This is 25 CR 0034445Y. Tiffany Collins, 1 count of battery family violence. State.
Yes, Your Honor. On Miss Collins' case, and this is a negotiated plea, I assume?
It is with the new recommendation from you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, PD Haddad. On Tiffany Collins, the recommendation is 12 months served 45 days. Credit for time served 13 days from June 2021 June 21st of 2025 until today, balance probated. No further contact with Mario Burdette, Family Violence Intervention Program, and no firearms. At this time, we would like to sound for Mr. Mario Burdette if he is here in the courtroom. And we do ask the defense stipulate to venue, factual basis, and identification for the purposes of this plea.
Right.
Judge, we stipulate and ask the court to follow state's recommendation, Judge.
All right. And so, Ms. Collins, I understand that you wish to plead guilty today to 1 count of battery family violence. Is that correct? Can you hear me? Yes, you need to answer my question. I understand you wish to plead guilty to 1 count of battery family violence today. Is that correct? Can't hear you.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I need to ask you a series of questions to make sure you understand your plea and the conditions today. All right.
Yes.
All right. First question is, are you under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol that would impair your understanding?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes.
All right. And do you understand that by pleading guilty today, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up or waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes.
And you are prepared and agree to waive these rights today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty? All right. Has
No.
anyone? Okay. And has anyone told you that you'll receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No.
All right. And you understand that if you're on probation, it could be affected or revoked because of your guilty plea today?
Yes.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charge against you?
Yes.
All right. I will accept your guilty plea. And you understand the conditions. There's no further contact with Mario Burdette.
Yes.
And no firearms, and I think she's doing an FIT. Okay. All right.
Honor, I apologize for interrupting. I think the recommendation is no further violent contact. I may have misheard, but.
It was no further violent contact. PD Haddad is correct.
Okay. Sorry about that. No further violent contact. Okay.
You through?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. That is it. Thank you.
John Harry. Oh, Mr. John Harry. All right. You can do that. Hello?
Yes. Who do we have next?
Now I go instead, I go. All right, I'm seeing.
Your Honor, we can do
Okay, I'm good,
ACDC
Thank
if
you.
Madame Francois is ready.
All right. ACDC.
Yes, Judge, I have position number 47, Ms. Wilkerson, and FYI, she is cuffed to the back, so she's not able to raise her hand up.
Okay. Let's see. This is 25 CR 003121C. Shankiria Wilkerson, charged with 1 count of theft by shoplifting. Date?
Yes, Your Honor. The state's recommendation is 12 months served, 66 days, credit for time served, 33 days. The balance will be probated, completion of an anti-theft course, 40 hours of community service, and a stay away from all target premises and property. We ask that the defendant stipulate to venue, ID, and facts of the case for purposes of the plea. That'll be all for the state.
Your Honor, we stipulate, ask the court to consider non-reporting probation upon completion of all the conditions.
The state has no objection, Your Honor.
All right, I will terminate the probation once she has completed all of the conditions.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, raise your right hand, Ms. Wilkerson, which you can't. I understand. So do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury? Okay. All right, put your hand down. Say something again. I don't think I can hear you.
Just said yes, Judge.
Okay. All right, Ms. Wilkerson, I've got to ask you a series of questions. First one, are you under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time that would impair your understanding of the plea? Say something again. I cannot hear you.
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney? Okay. And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence? And that you are giving up or waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself? And that you're giving up or waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer? I think she went out on me again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you are prepared and agree to waive these rights today. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty? All
No,
right.
ma'am.
And has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No.
And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be affected or terminated because of, or revoked rather, because of this guilty plea? Okay, I'm gonna need you to turn down your attitude, if you don't mind. And also, do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charge against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And so you understand that you have certain conditions that you need to complete before coming off probation. And you understand those conditions. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you've got to take the class and do your community service and stay away from all targets. Okay?
Thank you,
All
Judge.
right. Thank you.
Position number 27, Kelly.
Yeah.
All right, this is 25 CR 003416C. Ataris Kelly, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're charged with 3 counts of criminal trespass and damage to property. State.
Yes, Your Honor. State's recommendations, count 1, 12 months probation, serve 32 days, credit for time served 16 days, balance will be probated, completion of anger awareness class, no further violent contact with Sierra Hunter, stay away from 301 Skipper Place, Northwest Atlanta. Count 2, criminal trespass and damage to property will merge with count 1, and count 3, criminal trespass and damage to property will merge with count 1 as well. Your Honor, we ask that the defendant stipulate to venue, ID, and facts of the case for purposes of the plea. And that'll be all for the state.
All right.
Judge, we so stipulate.
All right, Mr. Kelly, I understand that you wish to plead guilty today. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. I will need to ask you these questions. First being, are you presently under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol that would impair your understanding of the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
and that you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself,
Yes, ma'am.
and that you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're prepared and agree to waive these rights today. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
And has anyone told you that you would receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
And you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation could be revoked or affected by this guilty plea today.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, I will accept your guilty plea to those 3 charges, and you understand your conditions. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, I surely do.
Okay. All right. That will be it.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Position number 13, Mr. Daly.
Okay. This is 25 CR 003436Y, Clayton Daly, charged with 1 count of criminal trespass, 2nd count disorderly conduct, 3rd count willful obstruction. State.
Yes, Your Honor. On this case, the state's recommendation is going to be on the criminal trespass, 12 months served 30 days, credit for time served 15 days from June 19th, 2025 until today. Balance probated, stay away from the Quality Inn located at 3900 Fulton Industrial Boulevard Southwest in Atlanta. 40 hours of community service. Count 2, 12 months served 30 days, credit for time served 15 days. Balance probated with count 1. 8 weeks of anger management, and count 3, 12 months concurrent with count 1 and a $300 fine. We do ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and identification for the purposes of this plea. That's all for the state.
All right. Attorney White.
Yes, Your Honor, we do stipulate for the purposes of the plea. We just ask the probation terminate or go non-reporting as soon as he's completed his requirements.
Okay, you can go non-reporting. All right, Mr. Daly.
Yes.
All right, make sure you can hear me. I'm going to ask you a series of questions to make sure that you understand the plea that you're taking today, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, first question is, are you under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time?
No, ma'am.
All right, are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
You're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are prepared and agree to waive these rights today, is that correct?
Yes.
And has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
And you understand that if you're on probation, that probation could be affected, revoked by a guilty plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will accept your guilty plea with the conditions as stated.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Position number 21, Hinton.
Okay. This is 23 CR 007296E. Bayman Hinton, charged with 1 count of battery family violence. State?
Your Honor, we have modified this plea offer upon further negotiation with PD Haddad as follows. Time
Okay.
served, 202 days, credit for 101 days, from November 22nd to November 27th of 2023 and March 31st, 2025 until today. We did have an opportunity to speak with the victim in this case, Your Honor. She stated she has not had any contact with the defendant in a while, and she has no feelings regarding the plea offer and does not really have, in her words, sum up, doesn't really have a dog in the fight as far as what happens with the case. It appears that this defendant is currently on a federal sentence for which he will be returned to federal custody upon the conclusion of this case, which is why the state did modify the recommendation as follows. We do ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and identification for the purposes of the plea. That's all for the state.
We so stipulate, Judge, ask the court to follow the negotiate plea with the state, Judge.
All right. Mr. Hinton?
No.
All right, I understand that you wish to plead guilty today to the 1 count of battery family violence. Is that correct? All right, I'm going to ask you a series of questions to make sure you understand your plea today. The first being, are you under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time that would impair your understanding? Can't hear you.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are prepared and agree to waive these rights today, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And has anyone told you that you'll receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty today?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty today?
No, ma'am.
And you understand that if you're on probation, your probation can be revoked or affected by the guilty plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will accept your guilty plea today, and you understand your conditions, right?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, state is also entering a null pros on position 22 on the calendar as part of this plea.
Okay.
Position number 30, Logan.
This is 25 CR 003427A. And the charge with against Robert Logan is 1 count of criminal trespass and damage to property, 2nd count of simple assault, 3rd count of possession and use of drug-related objects. Jake?
Yes, Your Honor. For count 1, state's recommendation is 12 months probation, served 30 days, credit for time served 15 days, balance suspended, no contact with Durandis Vasquez, and restitution will be open for 30 days. Count 2 is 12 months probation, served 30 days, credit for time served 15 days, concurrent with count 1, no contact with Durandis Vasquez, 8-week anger management course, a social worker visit prior to release, and count 3 is 12 months probation concurrent with count 1. We ask that the defendant stipulate to venue, ID, and facts of the case for purposes of the plea, and that'll be all for the state, Your Honor.
All right.
We stipulate, Judge, ask the court to follow the state's recommendation.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Logan? All right, I understand that you wish to plead guilty today, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and I'll ask you a series of questions to make sure that your plea is free and voluntary and that you understand what you're doing today, correct? Correct for today, all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the first question is, are you presently under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time that would impair your understanding?
No, I'm not, Judge.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
I am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
I do.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Correct.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're prepared and agree to waive these rights today?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
They have not.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
And you do understand that if you're on probation, it could be revoked or affected by a plea today?
I do.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, and you understand all the conditions that you have to abide by while on probation, correct?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, that will be it.
And Judge, just for clarification, we do have a social worker here in the courtroom, and she's gonna speak to her right now.
Okay, good. All right.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yes.
So the whole thing is on probation, not balance suspended?
It's balance suspended, but he does have probation as well.
So how does that work?
Your
He
Honor,
has Go ahead, Mr. Hadi.
essentially, he'll be on probation. I would ask the court to place him on non-report once he completes the conditions, so.
All right, I will just place,
Case.
right. And then I will have non-reporting once he completes the conditions.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Thank you, Judge.
Number
All right.
42, Watson.
You all. I'm ready to go. So so say that again, is how many hours per month or so?
Right, this is 25 CR 003447G. Leonard Watson charged with one count of public drunk, second count of criminal trespass.
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor. The state's recommendation in count one, public drunk, is 12 months probation, served 28 days, credit for time served 14 days. Balance suspended, stay away from all murder property in compliance with 1 year suspension. And for count two, the criminal trespass is 12 months probation, served 28 days, credit for time served 14 days, concurrent with count one.
Okay.
And we ask that the defendant stipulate to venue of facts of the case and ID for purposes of the plea.
We so stipulate, Judge, ask the court to follow the negotiated plea.
All right. Mr. Watson, I understand that you wish to plead guilty today. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I'm going to ask you a series of questions to make sure that you understand what you're doing today. First question is, are you presently under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time that would impair your understanding?
No.
Okay. And are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney? Okay. And excuse me. Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving or waiving up the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yeah.
And that you're giving up or waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself? And that you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you, again, prepared and agree to waive these rights today? Has anyone told you that you'll receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty? Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty? All right. And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, it could be revoked or affected by a guilty plea today? And that, do you understand that this, are you making this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I will accept your guilty plea and you understand your, conditions, correct? That MARTA property, you already to stay away and you had a 1-year suspension. You understand that? Okay. All right.
Problem. Thank you.
Number 39, Robert.
It's 25 CR 003431J, James Roberts. Is this Mr. Roberts?
It is, Judge.
Okay. Okay. Oh, and I'm sorry, he's charged with DUI, reckless driving, driving while license suspended or revoked, and littering from a motor vehicle.
Yes, Your Honor. Count one, the state's recommendation is 12 months, served 30 days, credit for time served 15 days. The balance probated, completion of ADET, completion of RR course, $500 fine, 40 hours of community service. Count two, reckless driving, 12 months probation concurrent with count one. Count three, driving while license suspended is 12 months probation concurrent with count one with the $500 fine. Count four, littering from a motor vehicle is 12 months probation concurrent with count one, $265 fine. We ask that the defendant stipulate to facts, ID, and venue for purposes of the plea. And that'll be all for the state, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm sorry, Judge. We so stipulate and we request the court to follow the state's recommendation. I would ask the court to consider non-report upon completion of all the conditions, Judge.
All right. I don't think the state have any objection to him going non-reporting.
No, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Okay, so he can go non-reporting after he completes the conditions. Mr. Roberts, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I understand you wish to plead guilty today. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to ask you a series of questions to make sure you understand your guilty plea, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
First one is, are you under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty today, you are giving up the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are prepared and agree to waive these rights today, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
Yeah.
And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation could be revoked or affected by a guilty plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will accept your guilty plea and you have some fines to pay as well, okay?
Ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Position 40 and 41, Villalobos.
All right. This is 23 CR 001827J, Marvin Villalobos, charged with 1 count of simple battery, family violence. And then the second case, the FTA, which is 25 FTA 001234.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's recommendation in position 40, the simple battery is 12 months, probation served 60 days, credit for time served 17 days, I'm sorry. Balance probated, completion of a FVIP course and 40 hours of community service. No further violent contact with Brianna Munoz, Burhages, and stay away from 4065 Wisteria Lane, Southwest Atlanta. No firearms. Position 41 will be null prost upon the entrance of this plea, and we ask that the defendant stipulate to venue, ID, and facts of the case for purposes of the plea. And that'll be all for the state, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, we so stipulate, I would also ask the court to consider, non-reporting upon completion of all conditions.
All right.
And the state has no objection.
All right. Mr. Roberts, I understand that you wish to, yes, we wish to, I'm sorry, Mr. Villa-Lobos. I'm sorry, I understand that you wish to plead guilty today. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I'm going to ask you a series of questions to make sure you understand your plea today. The first question being, are you presently under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol that would impair your understanding?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you are prepared and agree to waive these rights today, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
And that you understand, excuse me, that you, if you're currently on probation, that it could be affected or revoked by a guilty plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charge against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will accept your guilty plea, and you have some conditions that you need to abide by. You understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Okay, number 8, Mr. Collins.
Okay. This is 25 CR 0033331C. Christopher Collins, charged at 1 count of criminal trespass. And state.
Ms. Falk, you're muted.
Thank you, PD White. The state's recommendation is 12 months probation, serve 42 days, credit for time served 21 days from June 13th, 2025 until today. Balance probated, no further contact with Hugo Rose. Stay away from 1732 Marcel Avenue in Atlanta, MHET. We would at this time like to sound for Mr. Hugo Rose, and we do ask the defense to stipulate to venue factual basis and identification for the purposes of the plea. That's all for the state.
Your Honor, we do stipulate for the purposes of the plea. We just ask the probation terminator go non-reporting once he completes his requirements.
State agrees with non-reporting.
All right, you can go non-reporting after completing the conditions. And so, Mr. Collins, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear.
All right, I'm going to ask you a series of questions to make sure you understand the plea that you're entering into today, okay? First question is, are you presently under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol that would impair your understanding? Okay, are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes.
Okay, do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you are prepared and agree to waive these rights today, is that correct?
Yes.
And has anyone told you that you'll receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty? And has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty? All right. And do you understand that if you're presently on probation, your probation could be revoked or affected by this guilty plea? All right. And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with a full understanding of the charge against you? Okay. All right. I will accept your guilty plea. You can go now. I'm reporting after you completed the conditions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, and I'm sorry, I may have just missed it. Did you swear the defendant in?
I probably forgot. I'm sorry. I'm going to swear you in on the back end, Mr. Collins. Raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury? All right, you did. Thank you. And thank you, Deputy Falk.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
I got time, sir.
I'm sorry.
Just like we talked about, yes.
Time, sir. Yes.
Just
You're
like
getting
we
credit for that, with other conditions, yes.
Come on. Mr. Farley. Come on, sir. Number 16 and 17.
Your Honor, this is a negotiated plea now.
Okay.
Come on. All right, come on. Come on.
All right, Mr. Farley.
Yeah, man.
Okay, this is 24 CR 007585G and 25 CR 003292G. The first one is theft by taking is the charge. Second one is theft by shoplifting. State.
Yes, Your Honor, on the theft by taking, 12 months served 30 days, credit for time served 3 days from November 10th to November 12th of 2024, balance probated, no further contact with Shatavia Wright. $12 in restitution, stay away from 2900 Camp Creek Parkway, which is the Central Park Apartments. On position 17, the theft by shoplifting, the recommendation is 12 months served 60 days, credit for time served 16 days from June 11th, 2025 to today. Balance probated, stay away from Clean Skies Laundromat located at 2786 Camp Creek Parkway, College Park. An anti-theft course, 40 hours of community service, and that's to run concurrent with position 16. This is a global recommendation. We do ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and identification for the purposes of this plea. And we would at this time like to sound for Shatavia Wright if she is here in the court and would like to speak.
All right. She, have you stipulated, Attorney White?
Your Honor, we do stipulate, yes.
Okay, and Miss Wright?
I don't see her on Zoom, Judge.
Oh, I saw someone with the red top on. That was not her. But the problem with that person is that person was driving, so I wouldn't speak to them while driving. But I don't know if that was Miss Wright or not.
I
Okay.
don't see anybody with that name on the Zoom.
Okay. All right, we'll go forward. Mr. Farley, raise your right hand for me. Can you hear me, Mr. Farley? Okay. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury? Okay. All right, you can put it down for me. I'm going to ask you a series of questions to make sure you understand your plea today, all right? Okay. The first question is, are you under the influence of any unprescribed medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time that would impair your understanding?
I'm saying I'm now on the medication.
You understand? All right. Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney? Okay. And do you understand that by pleading guilty today, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Well, yeah.
Okay, you do. Good. And do you understand that you're giving up the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yeah, I'm not no bad person.
Okay. These are yes or no questions. Do you understand that you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
I understand that.
Okay. And you are prepared and agree to waive these rights today, correct?
It's correct.
Okay. And has anyone told you that you'll receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
Yeah.
All right. Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
One,
Has
for
it-
what?
Has anybody promised you anything other than the plea? Just saying, okay, just saying that.
Okay. And do you understand that if you are on probation, it could be revoked or affected by this plea today? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I will accept your guilty plea, but you've got some conditions on here. So remember where you're supposed to stay away from. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
so we go watch more watching.
I'm sorry, this was not reported as well, correct?
Yes.
Thank
You
you.
can go non-reporting after the conditions.
Number 20, Harris.
How you doing, y'all?
The 2021, 20. Which position? I'm sorry, Deputy.
Position number 20.
2-0.
This is 25 CR 002119E. And this is John Harris, charged with 1 count of simple battery, 1 count of PI, 1 count of terroristic threats. No, 1, 2, 3, 4 counts of terroristic threats. Date?
Yes, Your Honor. The state's recommendation on this case is going to be on the simple battery, 12 months concurrent with count 3, no further contact with Winston Douglas, stay away from all MARTA properties and MARTA premises. On count 2, 12 months concurrent with count 3 as well as an SDET. Count 3, 12 months serve 146 days. Credit for time served 73 days. That is from April 22nd, 2025 until today. Balance probated, 12 weeks of anger management. Surrender any and all firearms to the sheriff's office and as well as have no firearms. Count 4 will be 12 months concurrent to count 3, Operation 21 Law and Decision Making course. Count 5, 12 months concurrent to count 3 with 40 hours of community service. And count 6 will be 12 months to run concurrent with count 3. We do ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and identification for the purposes of the plea, and we would like to sound for Mr. Winston Douglas.
Mr. Douglas? All right. Go
Your
ahead.
Honor, I'm sorry. Your Honor, we do stipulate for the purposes of the plea, it just has that a probation terminator go non-reporting upon this completion of all those requirements.
All right. State have any objection to non-reporting?
No objection to non-reporting, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Harris?
Yeah.
All right, raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to ask you a series of questions to make sure you understand your plea today, all right?
Yeah.
All right. First question is, are you under the influence of any unprescribed medication, alcohol, or drugs at this time that would impair your understanding?
No.
All right. Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yeah.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yeah.
That you're giving up the right to remain silent and not testifying against yourself?
Yeah.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yeah.
And you are prepared and agreed to waive these rights today, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Has anyone told you that you'll receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
And you do understand that if you're currently on probation, it could be revoked or affected by this plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you've got some conditions here.
Can
So
I-
I will accept your plea.
Can I,
If
I'm
Can I-
sorry,
can I ask you a question?
maybe it might be more suited for your attorney, but is it regarding the plea conditions or terms?
I just wanna know, when I do probation, will all this be suspended?
it goes to non-reporting once you get everything done.
Once you do everything, you don't have to report to probation anymore.
Okay.
You've got to complete those conditions first, okay?
And,
Thank
okay.
Right.
All right. Ask your attorney if you have any more questions about completing those conditions.
When will I get out of here?
Within the next 24 hours, like we talked about. Yep.
All right, all right.
The next person is 6 and 7. We're waiting on the Russian interpreter.
Shoot, I think she's on.
He's on.
Said he's on.
Come on.
I'm here.
Right.
Judge, I suspect we probably need a breakout, right, Mr. White?
Yes. Who's
And we're
Mr.
alone in the courtroom too.
is Mr. Upshaw? Are you an attorney?
Yeah, I am. I've got
Yes.
Do you
position
represent-
38,
Oh, okay.
Shamarcus Powell.
Gotcha.
Go ahead.
Have you had a chance to talk to your client yet?
Not, I don't know how to do that. And if I could get some guidance, I can discuss this with him. We may be able to do something today.
Courtroom 2, can you give a phone number to Mr. Upshaw so that he can reach out to his client, Shamarcus Powell?
And that's housing. Because we didn't pull him because we didn't know he had problems with camps. So he had to stand by, somebody can pull him shortly.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
And then Judge, then we will need a breakout room with the
This condition 6.
that's correct. With the interpreter.
So that you all can talk first before we have the plea
Correct.
of the-
I don't speak enough Russian to speak with him yesterday, so
I understand. Ms. Strong, can you put them in a breakout with the interpreter so that they can talk?
Miss Grace will, Judge.
Yeah. Miss Grace, I'm sorry.
No problem. Who going in?
Attorney White, the Russian interpreter, and I guess courtroom 2?
Yeah, that'll be fine, Judge. Courtroom 2 is fine. There's only me and a couple
Right.
in my office.
Gotcha.
Usual suspects.
Usual suspects down there.
That's right.
to make tattoos.
So I'm not sure, is the judge gone? Oh, no, I see. Okay. Your Honor, position 6 and 7, we're going to reset to the SAP calendar 7/22, I believe is the date. That's
Is that right, Ms. Strong? Casey?
You want to reset for the 22nd, Mr.
yeah,
White?
yeah. I
Okay.
just make sure that was one of our dates, and it is.
Oh, yes, it is. That's fine. Okay.
Okay. All right, we'll do that. And what do we have left? Anything?
Judge, no, not public defender cases. I know there's that private attorney case, Mr. Upshaw, with Mr. Upshaw. I don't know what's going on with him.
Yes,
All
Judge,
right.
sorry, one moment.
Okay.
Are you Upshaw? What's last?
Okay.
Your client is here.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Judge, good morning. I just
Good
received
morning.
today, and I got the incident report and accusation today. I would like to try to do something with the case, but obviously I need to discuss with my client, and I don't want to hold the court up. So logistically, I'm not sure how to make all that happen. Just a point of inquiry, does the court have anything going on, next week or anything like that, if needed?
We're always here.
I figured. I figured. Just wanted to ask.
We have more dates than we probably like to have.
Sure.
Ms. Strong, you're gonna reset him for when?
It will have to be next Thursday, Judge.
Okay, next Thursday. Same place, same
Shamarcus.
time.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Judge. Shamarcus, and just to kind of explain to you, I just got what I needed today. I need to go through this and just do some diligence on all this because of some of the other implications as well. So if you can just please be patient with me. I was trying to get something done today, but sometimes these things happen. Okay. And I appreciate your patience, and Miss Britt as well. Thank you. So I'll go over all this with the state, keep discussing with them, and I'll see you next Thursday, and we'll try to do something. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Judge, I think that completes the regular calendar.
Right.
We can go over the calendar whenever the court wishes and the clerks.
Okay.
Position number 1 is a plea. Position number 2 is reset for SAP, July the 17th. Position number 3 is waived arraignment. Position number 4 and 5 were released. Position number 6 and 7 are reset for July the 22nd SAP calendar. Positions 8 and 9 are a plea. 10 and 11 waived arraignment. 12 is reset for next Tuesday's SAP calendar, the 8th. 13 is a plea. What was the announcement on 14? I know it says conflict.
Oh, yeah, we didn't.
Was that the one that Ms. McLeod was supposed to be returning on?
Maybe so.
Okay.
I think that's the one she, yeah.
Did you say position 13?
14.
Oh, 14.
Is that the one I think it's Attorney McLeod? She said she was coming back. Or they hadn't brought him down too, right?
Maybe.
Did we, I guess we could circle back. 15 was waived arraignment. 16 and 17 were pleas. 18 and 19 waived arraignment. 20 is a plea. 21 was a plea. 22 was non-pros. 23 is reset for July the 15th SAP calendar. Position 24 is reset for July the 10th SAP calendar, as well as position number 25, July the 10th, excuse me. Position 26 is waived arraignment. 27, 28, 29, 30 are all pleas. 31 was waived arraignment. 32 was a plea. 33 is non-pros. 34 is a plea. 35 and 36 35 was the conflict. Was that Ms. McLeod's?
I have MH reset, right, for that one, for 35.
But that was her client, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
it was.
So what, I'm sorry.
I don't know about that other one. Yeah, unless you know, Deputy Fox.
There was one where she was asking for MH reset, and then there was one where she was saying she hadn't had a chance to talk to him.
Right.
I think that first one she didn't have a chance to talk because I wrote MH reset by 35.
Yeah.
So are we resetting 35 to?
35 is definitely reset. I think it's the question of the first one.
No.
We're not.
I guess my question was when for Mr. Peters for 35.
I don't know.
Okay, I'll just.
Can we reset it for next Thursday?
I will. That's what I was going to do. I'm gonna put a pin in Thursday, but I'll ask her and question. I said that because Thursday's calendar is growing tremendously.
Mhm.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll put a question mark and beside it and ask her. 36 and 37 waived arraignment. 38 is reset for next Thursday's SAP calendar. 39 was a plea. Also with position number 40 was a plea. 41 is null pros. 42 was a plea. 43 waived arraignment. 44, 45 are a plea. 46 waived arraignment. 47 was a plea. 48 is reset for next Tuesday's SAP calendar to follow her other case. 49 is a plea and 50 is a plea.
Say for 43, Casey.
I'm sorry,
What did you say for 43?
43 was waived arraignment.
Wait, right, okay.
Hey, Casey, what did you say for 31?
Hold on.
The waiver.
Thank you.
Everything else good.
Think we're good on everything else. And I would just set the other one because if reset, because if Miss McLeod is up with the division judge, she's probably not gonna be able to get back to us.
Just a question. I'm sorry, Miss Paul.
I was just gonna say, Your Honor, we do still have the competency calendar, so I don't know if
If
they're
she
able
comes
to,
back.
yeah, if they're able to bring him down, and if she gets back before the end of the competency calendar, we could address it.
Yeah, I guess if the jail is
I know it's a lot of ifs.
if the jail and if yes and if so yeah. We'll see.
Yes,
If not, I don't see anything beside position 14, but was it like if we put it past the 10th, would it make a difference?
Position 14. No, he's in. Let me just make sure. I believe he's in custody on some very serious charges, capital offenses. So no, it's not going to change anything in regards to his status. That's correct. I went back and just double checked.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess Ms. Falk, you still need me to be in a breakout room perhaps?
Yeah. If you don't mind, if we can do a breakout room with Judge Mincy, and I guess if it's okay, can we use that breakout room as well for the competency cases afterwards? If that's okay with Miss or whoever's running the Zoom.
Dom, I think you're free to go unless you have anything.
I think that's it. Thank you,
All right, thank you.
Judge.
So,
Uh-huh.
Ms. Falk, who's going in the breakout room? You want?
Myself.
Today.
Thank you. Myself, Judge Mincy, and PD Haddad.
Okay.
We're ready for Mr. Pullins.
One foul, right, and the over, and the one in the kitchen.
Deputy, they're in the competency calendar at this time.
Thanks. Can you put us in a breakout room? For the competency? He's on the competency.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Can you put us in a breakout room?
Hold on for me, because the litigation manager dialing me now. Hold on. Hey, Casey. Yes, I will. Thanks.
Hey, ACDC.
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, go ahead and make sure they put y'all in the breakout session. Can we get back in the breakout session?
They have to
Hey,
put us in. Yeah, they would have to do it. The host has to do it.
Yes, courtroom 1 and ACDC back in,
yes.
no
Yes, we're
problem.
here. Thank
Okay.
you.
Mhm.
Can you hear me, Ms. Beatty? All right, we're ready to go ahead with the plea if you are. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Oh.
Hi, Miss Beatty? Or Mr. Beatty? Hi, Miss Hardage. What case are you here for?
Hi, I'm Autumn Beatty's mom.
Oh, hi, Miss
Hi.
Hardage, Miss Beatty. I apologize. We didn't realize anybody was out here in the main room. So we had already finished competency court. Miss Beatty will be released today.
Okay,
Okay.
thank
So
you.
if you are here for Miss Beatty, just please take note. She will be released today.
Okay,
Okay.
Thank
Thank you so
you.
much.
thank you.
Miss Dean, who are you here for?
I'm just a friend of the family.
Oh, okay. Well, Miss Beatty will be released today. Thank you so much for coming.
Where will she be released? I mean, do you know where she's going afterwards?
I know she will be released within the next 24 hours. You will have to call her defense attorney. I don't know if any additional arrangements have been made for her, but she will be released within the next 24 hours.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any other questions about a case on the calendar?
Yes, my name is Nashika Bennett. I was here for my son Azizi Court.
Yes. Mr. Accord will be, and I can, because this is a live stream, I don't want to get into any other details, but we will, he was given a signature bond, and will be going to the Peter Street shelter.
And that will be within the next 24 hours?
24 hours, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Falk, are we done?
Yeah, yes, I apologize. I did not realize that there were people out here. We did the entire calendar in the waiting room and completed.
Yes.
And Miss
Thank
Worley
you.
Williams, you're excused as well.
Thank you. I'll close
Thank
out the
you.
session.
Thanks. Bye.